Am I looking at this salad being a smaller salad than what it was? Sure the hell looks like it. I think they're ripping me off. They got smaller salads. I don't know what to think about that. Okay, let's see what this thing looks to me like. They got smaller salads. I don't know when I get ready to eat it. Yeah, it's pretty good size. But I don't like how they cut the lettuce up. We got a 1, 2, 3 on the IWM. We got the double top on the SPY. We got a double top on the SPX. And we have a double top on the QQQ. I'm going to make sure I got all my stuff. I got the crispy onion. I got to mail my boss and tell her I did the carpet. She don't know it, but she's going to be surprised. Did the carpet on the west side. It's their last day in there. There'll still be employees in there though. Sir, you don't get crackers with your salad. And I said, what? I've been here for 8 years, and you're the first one to tell me that. This is called a Cobb salad. You get bacon and chicken and egg. Tomato, cheese, sharp cheddar. See if I can get started here trading. I got one trade in today. Hey, baby, what's going on? Is Marley in today?
30,000. Tom, what's your take on this? I mean,
tell Marley to stay home.
Even though Wedbush is still kind of well, they are still.
Wedbush on Tesla, relative disappointed with this launch.
Let's go. When we talk about Tesla, let's go little picture, big picture. The little picture, which is Elon Musk focuses on EVs. Remember, he told you this years ago. What was he focused on? Lowering prices.
Yep.
Affordable EV cars. The only way he can truly compete while the rest of the world goes to internal combustion engines and the infrastructure needs to catch up for EVs.
Yep.
He can make it economically justifiable by the price. And I think that's what he's doing here. He continues to bring the prices down of these cars. Tom mentioned
until Dan Ives is shove it.
So I just think this is the evolution of Tesla. That's the little picture. The big picture is all the other things that they're doing with robo-taxis and robotics. And that's why the dip. And if you look, the stock trading $425 and change today. Now it's already almost $10 off its lows. So this was a 2-day dip that most of the bulls that are seeing a bigger picture, the big picture, not the little picture, are taking advantage of today, Diane.
Okay. Speaking of big picture, let's talk about the big picture as it relates to the AI arms race. You've got more dollars being deployed there. According to multiple reports, we've seen this. NVIDIA is joining a group of backers boosting their investment into XAI. So this is beyond OpenAI. This is now all about XAI, which is,
Sorry, sir, you don't get salad crackers with your salad.
So, there was this CNBC interview with Jensen Huang where he says that
don't you know who I am?
Essentially is not investing more. Tom, what's your take?
Yeah, I mean, that seems to be the theme right now, Diane and Kev, is the fact that, investments into this AI build-out doesn't seem to be enough because it keeps on ramping up at this point. Valuing XAI, does it become a part of Tesla and the public, stock? That's going to be a question. Jensen Huang did come out with some commentary saying, hey, I'll invest in anything that Elon Musk is a part of at this point. So pretty surprising here. He
Amazon's up.
Invested actually more into XAI if given the chance, but this is just kind of
Starbucks down again.
Exacerbates what's been going on already in AI build out and the tie-ins and partnerships that these companies are creating. They took on some debt for this.
What do you think about that, Marley?
The true value of XAI. How is it going to compete with some of the others in the AI space out there, whether it's ChatGPT, Perplexity, and some of the others? So probably a good investment for NVIDIA, but like Jensen Huang said, it just seems like there's so much money out there that's going into the AI investment scheme that, does it pay off in the end? That's, I think, what investors want to know about.
Yeah, Exactly. I mean, does it pay off? It's, the chips to the cloud, back to capital markets. Is it going to come back to capital markets, right? Is this kind of circular, funding is what it seems like, and I know that's a conversation point that we've been talking about within this space. What's your take on this? NVIDIA now being part of this funding group for XAI, especially when you think about this comes on the heel, Kev, of the investment into OpenAI, essentially the competitor.
I think from a lighter perspective,
We don't care what you think.
CEOs around the country were watching this interview going, please say my name, please say my name. Corporate, boom, stock higher. Tesla, I mean, he gave a glowing, almost man crush take on Elon Musk. Here's his quote: "I want to be involved in everything Elon Musk is involved in."
Oh.
And he did say,
Who said
some of
that?
these companies he wished he could do more. That was his regret.
Who said
I
that?
think what he's doing is
NVIDIA?
understanding he may have to take some of his money and finance the building of AI. And if it works, and if AI continues on the path that it's going on, then the beneficiary of all this is not only going to be these companies, but it's going to be NVIDIA as well. They're going to get the double win here. So I think Jensen Huang is nothing short of brilliant.
Brilliant.
And I think he gets the little picture, and I think he gets the big picture.
AVGO's
And
up
that's what I think
$6.
he's doing, making moves in. Like I said, pretty impressive interview, and all the stocks he mentioned are rallying, Diane.
True. You make a great point. I just took a look at CoreWeave, and that's gaining some ground right now. And that's another one that he said basically the regret there is just not investing more in that. And I mean, since that company has gone public, it has been on a tear. And listen, it just the street seemed to love that particular IPO. All right, guys, let's stick with the tech sector. Intel, they're reportedly set to reveal key details about that next gen Panther Lake chip. That's according to Reuters. We know this is meant to be its answer, in terms of catching up in this semiconductor arms race. But at the same time, it's also got a downgrade today from HSBC. It is not dinging the stock. The stock is still higher at the moment. Tom, what's your take on all the moving parts around Intel?
Yeah, there's a lot of moving parts there, Diane. Whether it's the $5 billion investment from NVIDIA, the 10% stake that the U.S. government's taking at this point, the partnerships they have with SoftBank already, I think you take a look at this, the HSBC, they raised the price target, but, just kind of said, hey, the stock's already moved up. Maybe it's already built in to the shares with the stock up 87% so far this year. The details about, the Panther Lake chip that is supposed to come out tomorrow, the company is going to give an announcement about that. I think that's probably more interesting. Where they're going to use their manufacturing process for other things besides what they used the 18A for prior to this. I mean, the stock's gone parabolic. It's RSI. It's overbought.
Sir, you don't get crackers with your meal, with your salad.
Whether it's this Panther Lake chip or it's some more
So I
investments,
don't shop in here no more.
opportunities for this company. I think that's what people are
dare
betting
you.
on. And don't forget, Diane and Kev, this is still a $37 stock. So if you just look at it on a dollar by dollar basis, for an investor to maybe invest into Intel or buy Intel with the expectation, hey, these partnerships are going to work out, everything's going to be great, this stock's going to be $50 or $100 in a year or two. This gives you that entry point as far as less capital involved. But yeah, just a lot of things swirling around here for Intel, but it's all going to come down to earnings in a couple of weeks, whether any of this means, improving growth for this company, because they've actually seen deterioration over the last couple of years.
Oh, really?
Yeah, and listen, I mean, Intel wants to, kind of regain that leadership position that it had. And it has, in some respects, the wind at its back because of, all the investments that have been around it. Kev, what's your take around all the moving parts around Intel?
We can
This
treat
chick is
this
cool.
like an earnings event or some type of an event. And with all the good news and all the investments that's surrounding Intel, stock's still up 54% in the last month, and the bar for a release tomorrow is going to be incredibly high. I think the downgrade, if you were in this, down at these low levels is justified. Remember, he's saying downgrade to reduce. He didn't say exit, he didn't say sell, but he said if you're long this thing, you should reduce your position. I think that with all the analysts that we make fun of on a daily basis on this show, actually a smart call. That if you're up 54% in a month on a name that the final decision's not made yet, yeah, I think it's time to reduce.
I don't make fun of them. I mean, sometimes there are questions. I know you do. You are not afraid to go there. I like that. I respect that.
I don't.
All right, let's talk an analyst move that's not in the tech.
You gotta be
sector.
ashamed of yourself.
It's on the receiving end of a downgrade from JP Morgan Chase. The stock has been under pressure, but it's kind of fighting back off the mat today. JP Morgan Chase downgrading it to a hold. One of their concerns is about the less than truckload fundamentals there, and the high cost, they say, of separating the freight segment and the operational underperformance. They think it's going to weigh on the multiple there. Tom, what's your take on this one?
Well, I think if you take a look at the Dow Jones transports in general, this downgrade is not surprising. I think Citigroup came out with a wide-ranging note on a bunch of logistics and trucking companies today, cutting price targets on this. You know, we've seen a nice bounce in FedEx since those earnings. It's gotten back above its 50-day moving average, but this is kind of reflective on what's going on. The gap between the Dow Jones transports, which historically we've always watched that, right? Dow transports
Mr. down another
goes
$4.
to, you know, to elevated levels. You know, the equity market follows. Now that divergence that
We're almost to a double bottom.
Equity markets at all-time highs today, and basically the Dow Jones transports are flat on the year. So that is maybe not a red flag because AI and tech has kind of taken over that leadership role of where the market goes, but you still have to take a look at that, and if you look at capacities are still elevated post the pandemic, but volumes are starting to drop, and that's a concern. Margins, wages working against FedEx, UPS, and others in this logistics area, and then the rails. They've had some M&A activity, but I don't know. This is a real big head scratcher for me. You feel like it better start picking up in the strong fourth quarter going into the holiday shopping season, where we're going to see some acceleration and growth for some of these delivery and rail companies and airlines, or is that the canary in the coal mine as far as the consumer pulling back on spending on whether it's services or products?
Yeah, that's a good
Canary
point.
in the coal mine.
FedEx has also been grappling with the challenges.
What do they mean by that?
The tariff effect on the de minimis shipments, right? And so, that's been impacting FedEx, and they've been losing ground for several years now, ever since, you remember, I mean, it was like basically 10 years ago when Amazon started working on their own fleets and you started seeing them. But really the past few years is where they really lost a lot of ground. Ken, what do you think about the most recent move from JP Morgan Chase and the downgrade here?
Yeah, looking at the rail transportation, looking at passenger ground, looking at cargo.
Sounds like something dangerous.
Kind of a flux right now, and I think this. Who do I compare?
Early warning of danger.
UPS. I compare Amazon, right? You have to. And what does Amazon have that UPS and FedEx doesn't have? Membership.
Oh.
They have a different model that brings them revenue without going to the individuals. I think that, Amazon is a big threat to UPS and FedEx. Look at their stocks. I think moving things from one place to another, it's not going away. I thought the one point that kind of stuck out to me, less than a truckload, right? That's not some of the bigger carriers like JP Hunt and some of these others. JP Hunt's actually up 3.8% today. But it's that last mile that appears to just be crazy right now, and Amazon has that Costco business model where UPS and FedEx don't, Diane.
Oh.
All right, yeah, that's a great point. It does. It has
Hickey.
that subscription model where we've asked the question, Tom has asked this question before, who's giving up their prime? All right, guys, let's bookmark our conversation.
I'm not.
Bull versus bear. The guys will get their example trades put together for Oracle. That stock is attempting to reclaim some lost ground today. We will be right back.
Mister has a falling wedge breakout. Do 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 do. Do do. Double top on the SPX. Do do. What a breakout on the SPX and the /ES. It's a triple top, Jimmy. Oh, yeah.
Whether you're an experienced investor or just getting started, Charles Schwab offers a webcast that's right for you. Are you an active trader?
You're a little
Our
loud.
active trading webcasts are designed to help you develop a deeper understanding of technical analysis, options, futures.
Chart patterns, moving averages, being in the now.
You can ask questions by chatting directly with an education coach. It's interactive learning at its finest. Tune in live or watch on demand. Head over to schwab.com/coaching and start learning today.
Lady says, sorry, sir. Your Cobb salad doesn't come with crackers. I said it better. What are you talking about?
Sometimes, you know, you could have done better. Same goes for where you invest.
Oh, a new commercial.
Level up and invest smarter with Schwab.
Welcome back to Fast Market here on Schwab Network. Oracle in focus today after a report from the information quest and the margins in its cloud computing business. While Oracle did generate about $900 million in revenue from renting servers powered by NVIDIA chips, the company reportedly only lost about $125 million in gross profit.
A loss?
That had dinged the stock. The stock's been all over the place today. It is currently higher. So let's put on the trading glasses now. Welcome back in our co-hosts Tom White and Kevin Hinks. It is bull versus bear time. All right, before we get to those example trades, we have to talk about Oracle. This is a story to me that begs the question, what's the AI payoff? And I think that's, why the stock has been in flux today. It is a little bit higher at the moment, so maybe there's some the buy the dip crowd out there. Kev, what's your take first?
Yeah, but $60 off its recent highs. So this stock is backed off. And the questions that they're asking is real simple. Is all this investment going to pay off? And so far, they're saying in this note that it hasn't paid off yet. It's paying off a very small amount. And the question is, can they monetize all this infrastructure that they're building up? And remember, that's a question that could go through this whole sector of the U.S. economy. Is all this investment really going to pay off to that point? And then you get to winners and losers, and then you get to all the other questions that came up in the late 90s in the dot-com bubble. So, eventually this conversation is going to rear its head. But the key thing for now, Analyst Day next week. And so they're going to probably paint a pretty rosy picture of the future coming up next week. I think you got to be ready for that, Diane.
Well, that's a great point. That's a great point. Tom,
That is a good point.
Trade example.
Yeah, I think investors, maybe market watchers.
She does so much better than Marley does.
The information reporting that margins aren't going to be as good. It's going to be challenging to kind of monetize all this money that they're spending. They're ramping up their data center build out for people to use. The hyperscalers to use their build out here in the AI space. So that's been a concern, I think, when you look at this. And, with the parabolic move that we've seen in Oracle, the partnerships, the deals, do those fully get paid out? I mean, a lot of these deals that Oracle signed are over multiple years. Does the cost basis come down for some of these companies where, hey, I don't need to partner with Oracle for the next 4 years, maybe the next year or two, where I'm going to rent out their data centers that might come to fruition, but you have to still take a look at the fact that this stock pulled back about 17% from those all-time highs that we saw just about a month ago.
Okay, so Tom, given that where we are today with this report,
Target's up today.
We do have a little bit of this buy the dip crowd right now.
Maintains
What's the,
inline
trade
rating.
approach you're taking?
Well, it's moderately bearish, but not really, because you can be wrong and the stock can go higher and you can actually profit a little bit more. But fundamentally, it's a neutral to bearish example trade here. I looked at a broken wing call butterfly where I'm actually going to take in a credit on this type of trade. So I went out to the October 24th weekly option, so just 16 days to expiration. We're going to buy that slightly out of the money, the 290 call one time. We're going to sell 2 of the 295 strike calls, and then we're going to buy 1 of the 315 strike calls. On this broken wing or unbalanced call butterfly, I'm taking in a credit of about $3.20. It's probably trading closer to $3.50 right now because the stock has ground higher. But that credit that you collect is what you can make if the stock stays below the 290 strike. You just get to keep that credit that you collect on this one. Now, where's your risk? Your risk is to the upside, but far to the upside here. You got risk of about $1,180 per spread, but that's all the way above 315. You can see here from the risk profile, if I collect that 320 credit, takes my break even up to 303.20.
You pulled a Jimmy today?
On this one, max profitability about $820. And I mentioned the stock can continue to move higher and you can actually profit more. Well, if it goes at or near that 295 level, that's when I can get max profitability where I sold 2 options on this unbalanced call butterfly. Now, my break even, I mentioned 303.20 to the upside. You got plenty of cushion to get to that break even where you can still remain profitable up there. So you profit if it goes down or kind of stays here, you keep that credit. Goes up a little bit and you can still profit, actually a little bit more profitable with that little kicker. You just want the stock to remain below 303.20 over the next 16 days. Kevin, when you look at a trade like this, it's like, yeah, I'm bearish on it, kinda, but even if the stock does continue to grind higher with the overall market, maybe good news next week, I don't feel any pain until above 303.20 to the upside.
Yeah, this is a call butterfly with a short delta, right? Because you're long a $5 call vertical, short a $20 call vertical. And so it's similar to the trade I'm about to show in that you have a short strike that you're looking for a target. Your target is $295, about $9 higher than where the stock is trading right now. Your risk, if it blows through that and violates the $295 and head towards 315, but even so, you would get the benefit. Remember, if it moves higher of that $5 long vertical, but the risk is the $20 short vertical.
Yep, that break even about 6% above the current share price in there. So when we mentioned cushions and better probabilities of success, we mentioned 3 out of 4 scenarios, your profit on this one. You just don't want it to explode to the upside, go back above 303. Really short duration on only 16 days to expiration. But Kevin, you've got something a little bit more bullish on Oracle. Break down your example trade here.
Yeah, but only slightly. You targeted $255 as your target, minus 300, right? A stock that's already trading $345. I put on a 2-week buying October 31st, selling October 17th. Now, a lot of times on this show, I do the very front month. This is one where you can put it on and maybe leave it. You don't have to check it every day because the shorts don't expire till the 17th. So the 300 call calendar, the 2-week wide 300 call calendar, trading about, I put it in about 380, trading about
max loss is it, all of your money.
I'm lower than we have it in time. All you're looking for is to collect theta. Something got about 4.
So I haven't took off my shoes and I feel like I need it.
Very calm, steady move up towards that 300 strike down.
Yeah, I think one of the key things when I looked at this example trade that you brought Kevin, you mentioned they've got an AI conference or an analyst conference next week. There might be some additional volatility in that option series And there is, because there's about a 69% implied volatility on aggregate in that series that you're selling in the October 17th, and then in the October 31st weekly options that you're buying, that's about a 57% implied volatility. So that divergence actually lowers the entry point on this. But let's break this one down. Going out a few weeks until expiration, 23 days, buy that 300 strike call. And then in the near term, October 17th, with monthly options that expire in just 9 days, sell that same 300 strike call. So 2-week wide call calendar to the upside, you're going to pay roughly about $380 debit. The debit you pay is going to be your risk. You can see here, risk profile, risk reward profile looks pretty good on this one. Now, you want it to go at or near 300, Kevin, on something like this. But at the same time, you've probably got a range of about 280, 285 on the downside, and all the way up to 320, 325 on the upside, where you can still be profitable on this. It's still a range-bound potential profitability on a trade like this, right?
You're right. It's slightly bullish because it's got about a 4.8 or 5 delta. But Tom, if this stock stays right here, the theta and the decay on that 2-week trade, you're really close to being theoretical profitable if you look at the Thinkorswim platform. So yes, it's slightly bullish in nature, but you do pretty well in a range bound as well.
Yeah, and I think that's, on a trade like this, where you've got a few weeks until expiration, the two things you don't want to happen. You don't want the stock to drop, and you don't want to see a 2 or 3 standard deviation move to the upside on this based on that pricing. But it is, a range-bound trade where you needed to kind of grind just a little bit higher from here. And the idea is, as you get closer to expiration over the next couple days, or the next 9 days, you'll have that potential or opportunity to roll into another weekly cycle, creating credits on that. You've got some assignment risk on that short option over the next week and a half, Diane. So, you know what? Kevin's is more bullish, mine's more neutral to bearish, but there's a scenario where both of those trades could potentially be profitable on this one, Diane.
Okay, we like that. A couple different options there, no pun intended there. Tom's approach with his example trade is a neutral to bearish, a butterfly, call butterfly there, and then Kevin's got that bullish call calendar there. That's the approach for the example trade for Oracle. Coming up, cash tags. The team from Folio will be along with Sentiment Data on Tabsico. It's got earnings coming up. Stay right here on Schwab Network. Fast Market will be right back.
Hi, I'm Alex.
I'm Jane. And I'm his mom.
Sometimes, you could have done better. Same goes for where you invest. Level up and invest smarter with Schwab.
I'm Sam Vardis, live from the New York Stock Exchange. When
His
moves,
mom.
we're on it. Getting the reaction, the strategy, and sentiment in real time. Stream Schwab Network at schwabnetwork.com.
Hello, I'm his mom.
Trading at Schwab is powered by Ameritrade, giving you even more specialized trading support. Connect with the Schwab Trade Desk, our team of passionate traders ready to tackle your trading questions, no matter how complex. Plus, get 24/7 live help and access support by phone, email, and in-platform chat. Trade brilliantly with Schwab.
Okay, well, got that done.
Whether you're an experienced investor or just getting started, Charles Schwab offers a webcast that's right for you. Are you an active trader? Our active trading webcasts are designed to help you develop a deeper understanding of technical analysis, options, futures, and more. Best of all, you can ask questions by chatting directly with an education coach. It's interactive learning at its finest. Tune in live or watch on demand. Head over to schwab.com/coaching and start learning today.
No politics, no spin, just the market from open to close and beyond. Streaming 24/7, any screen, anywhere at schwabnetwork.com.
Welcome back to Fast Market on the Schwab Network. I'm Diane King Hall alongside Tom White in our Chicago studio. Time now for our cash tag segment, taking a look at PepsiCo. For that, we want to bring in our next guest. We've got joining us today Megan Brantley, Vice President of Research at Lightfolio. Pepsi's got earnings due tomorrow morning. The Street looking for adjusted EPS to come in at $2.27. Revenues expected to top $23.8 billion. You've got new sentiment data as it relates to Pepsi versus, say, Coca-Cola, etc. So what is the data, the most recent data you have, tell you about how it stands in the rankings in beverage?
So whenever we look at PepsiCo, there are a ton of brands underneath its umbrella. So I want to preface with that, but there are a lot of deep dives we can go into. But at large, when we aggregate all of this data and we compare PepsiCo versus other major players in beverage or even other major players in food, we see it really lagging behind in terms of overall consumer demand and sentiment. A lot of this is because consumers of late have really driven in or dug into a health craze. A lot of this is driven by that GLP-1 adoption. We see a pullback in spending there. And then we also see just a pullback in spending on consumer splurges on name brand items that impact a company like PepsiCo. When we look at major pockets of brand weakness for Pepsi, we especially see this in its Frito-Lay brands. We especially see this in its Quaker brands. We even see this in Gatorade. And so I think that this is just kind of a cautionary flag to watch moving forward whenever you see this type of underperformance. Some of this could also be attributed to just a lack of innovation, a lack of perceived newness. We look at the names on top of this chart. We have Celsius being driven a lot by its Alani Nu acquisition. That's an up-and-coming brand in its portfolio. We see Monster's Ultra, zero sugar brand really resonating with consumers. Coke has its core protein brand, and while Pepsi does have some pockets of bright spots in its portfolio, it's got Muscle Milk, it's got its Simply brand that it's leaning into, it's got Pepsi Zero Sugar. It just hasn't been enough to kind of move the needle, at least in our company at large view. So we're seeing a bit of waning consumer demand ahead of this report, and so we're a little bit cautious heading in here because last quarter the stock popped after a better than expected report and turnaround plan, and we just haven't seen that translate quite yet.
Well, I don't buy any of your products. Maybe the Fritos every once in a while.
Almost back down to those levels before that last quarter. But you mentioned Celsius on your chart there. That's doing well. So they've expanded their partnership with them. I think they own about 11% stake now. They're going to start, using their distribution network for them. But is the problem with Pepsi, and maybe you guys have some data on this, is the problem with Pepsi GLP-1s where the Frito-Lay segment of their business is starting to wane here a little bit because it doesn't seem like Coke and Celsius and maybe some of the other beverage makers are doing poorly, but it seems like PepsiCo is, even though they've got some decent partnerships, and Frito-Lay's a main portion of their revenue at this point.
Yeah, I think that's a really good point. When we look at that weakness, Frito-Lay.
Hey, I think your name's Tim or Scott. It might be Tim. Do you know what the male potato chip said to the female potato chip? Yes. Are you Frito-Lay? The male potato chip. Woo! That was way over my head. I think I'm gonna play a dirty joke on Schwab. I think I will. I'll type it in right here. Yeah. That is very inappropriate. We find that very unprofessional, James. Please, would you not refer to the potato chip like that ever again on our station? And, you know, we have integrity here. Pepsi broke below in support, so we remove that. A double bottom. Triple bottom. I'm getting ready to do a belch. Let's see if anybody will answer the question at Schwab. We find that highly unprofessional. I bet you if I asked that to Vegas, she wouldn't know what I was talking about. I might do that. Jim, you're something else. It takes practice. You know what I'm saying? You're ornery, you son of a gun. You gonna use that joke? No, let me go. Bringing in the cheese. Oh, bringing in the cheese. I'm just now started. Can you imagine if I really took some time off? How? Oh, I forgot about my joke. We'll see what we get here. Schwab. Watch Marley answer it. Woo! You scoundrel. Oh. Oh. Santa laid an egg. Do 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 do. AMD new high. Apple pulled back to the 200. I got to turn on the air conditioner. I got a little hot. Girl texted me. She made me sweat. Then we'll go make a cup of coffee and get back into trading. 9 minutes to noon here. Opens pulled back to support, or at least the first one, 878. It's at 884. Oh, narcissistic Jim. Yeah.
Narcissistic Jim, with his ego and his wit, doesn't give a damn what you think of
Him one bit.
The market takes a dip, SPX Jimmy will buy. Bitchin' and Molly careless till the apple of his eye. Burp it up, Jim, let it fly, let it roar, let it roar. Stocks tend to rise with a fart from his core. Narcissistic Jim doesn't care what you think. He'll burp and fart out loud until his room stinks. When along his screen, bounce like titties in the night. Birds get so loud the neighbors say that boy ain't right. Bull or bear, calls or puts, doesn't matter one bit. Jimmy's face can't wait for Nancy to come and sit. Fart for a dip, ass making noise. Burp for a rip, cheers from his boys. Jimmy is grinding away on his washboard toy. Burp it up, Jim. Let it fly, let it roar, let it roar. Stocks tend to rise with a fart from his core. Narcissistic Jim doesn't care what you think. He'll burp and fart out loud until his room stinks. Lots of fun he had, his ego's ablaze. Burps and farts
Narcissistic Jim. He's watching Spy come back to the 200 so he can take his second trade of the day. And the crowd's going wild here at the sports arena. So prepare ye in the name of the Lord. Narcissistic Jim. With his evils and his wits. He don't give a damn. He don't give a damn what you think one bit. You go to that body. To that body. Boom! So we're right there. And these are, today's the 8th. The 672 strikes. Boy, there's a lot of volume on these suckers. The crowd's going wild here at the sports arena now. They've seen that Jim's back in the saddle. He's looking at the 672s at 84 cents. They were 83. It's really not that time of day to be trading these. And I don't know if I should trade the lotto. So let's move to the next day. Let's look at the 9th. But it won't be the lotto. It'll be the 673s. Oh, it's 9th. Shit. Oh. I'll be right back. Well, let me check the straight first. We got a triple top at 673. I missed my entry. I got up. I should 119. You see, the resistance is not a straight line cross. It's not straight across. Damn, there's $100 right there. At 119 to 129. I gotta look at something real fast because I think I gotta fill out my lease. $133. 673 probably. A little above it. $119 and $135. I didn't take it though, dadgummit. I seen it. I called it, but I didn't take it. All right. I got to start thinking about Medicare. Might have to take a day off just to figure it out. Medicare, that is. I like my insurance now, but shit. Okay, we're back to 122, the 673s. This is for tomorrow. We had a lower high. Still could hit the 200 or even the VWAP in the close. I'm gonna go in the kitchen and make some coffee. Vegas stayed at the Royalton Bavaro and liked it. She said she'd go back. Back to 135 to 122 to 123. I'm not sure about this. SPX has had a pretty good run. Bounced off of a head and shoulders. 673 is at 146. We're at the triple top on SPY. I gotta go get my coffee. Well, that would have went out pretty good. I don't think I saw this one here, or I'd have jumped on that one too. Or is that the one I called? No, it might have been the one I called. I keep thinking it was right here. Well,
break, we get back, it's time for FOMO. We're going to talk one of the big movers of yesterday, that of course being Dell, right after this.
For instant reactions, earnings breakdowns, and hot takes that teach you about stocks and markets, follow me on X at NPetalides and connect with me, Nicole Petalides, on LinkedIn, Facebook, and Instagram.
Trading at Schwab is powered by Ameritrade, unlocking the power of Thinkorswim, the award-winning trading platforms. Bring your trades into focus on Thinkorswim desktop with robust charting and analysis tools, including over 400 technical studies. Tailor the platforms to your unique needs with nearly endless customization, and track market trends with up-to-the-minute news and insights. Trade brilliantly with Schwab.
Live from Chicago, this is Trading 360. I'm Marley Caden. We track macro forces, market trends, and company news that shape investor decisions, all with expert analysis and actionable context. From inflation data to sector rotations, earnings to policy, it's a comprehensive view of the market every trading day. Trading 360, in-depth market coverage straight from Chicago. Weekdays at 11 a.m. Eastern on Schwab Network.
Stay connected to what moves markets. Download the Schwab Network app and get live coverage wherever you are.
Hey, Dad. I have a question for you.
Sure.
When did Granddad first start investing?
oh God.
Granddad had an account with Schwab before there were...
I don't want to hear about your granddad. I'm not in the mood.
Customers are really, quote, hungry for AI and the compute
Dell.
storage and networking we provide to deploy intelligence at
Vegas
scale.
brought this up to me
Wells
yesterday.
Described this opportunity, this AI data center build out, as massive for the company. And obviously Dell, a major customer of NVIDIA, integrating its chips into its enterprise systems. But, you know, the heart of this upgraded forecast is this increasing demand for AI infrastructure. And every day, Alex, I feel like we're talking about another partnership, another deal, another data center build. And Dell is not necessarily a name that gets mentioned in every one of those conversations, but very likely is a part of the build out in some way.
No doubt about it, whether it's cooling racks or other things, but you mentioned analysts. I'm sure they're weighing in. This was a huge update. They liked it yesterday. It's almost like they love it today as it's up 6.7%.
They do love it, and it came at an analyst day. So, you know, a lot of
They
commentary.
do love it.
KeyBank's analyst said he left the event, quote, feeling more positive about Dell's ability to drive AI-related growth, which we know is a primary
Oh,
driver
Marley.
right now. Also cited that the infrastructure solutions
You were
program
pumping
well-positioned to
Starbucks
capitalize
and Nike
on
also.
their cloud service providers, and that's what led to what he felt led to the revenue guidance update. Also saying he was encouraged by Dell's focus on regaining share in its client solutions group, but a little bit skeptical of the cycle there. Said long-term likes Dell's strategic positioning and growth outlook and return of capital. Raymond James says the long-term outlook for earnings per share growth and nearly double sales growth, good bits of news. That's what he called them. But says has some concerns about margins at Raymond James, particularly that infrastructure solutions group. Their target was increased while the client solutions group outlook remained unchanged. So that did lead to that long-term revenue growth upping, but some concerns there about margin. Note, Raymond James does have an outperform rating on Dell. Morgan Stanley said those new long-term growth revenue targets were better than expected, reflect a robust AI server outlook. So as expected. And then Woodring has an overweight rating, $144 price target, but added that the bull case price target that they have there of $196 does remain in play given the strength of the AI checks. Right now, Dell's trading at $161.
Yeah, and it's had quite the move already today, up $10 in real time, and it's off the highs. Marley Caden, appreciate the update. Looking forward to seeing where Dell takes us as they're looking for that massive, massive opportunity in the next 5 or so years. What we're looking at here is a relatively massive continuation of this rally over the next couple weeks, going after the October 31st expiration. One could make the argument that it's quite a bullish setup on the technical setup, so you combine that with the fundamental update that Marley just gave us. Maybe you're a believer in Dell, and that fear of missing out is to the upside. Bullish strategy, October 31st, 165, 175 call vertical, looking to spend $330 for a debit. Now that $330 is relatively close to a third the width of the strikes, as it creates a risk profile where you have a max loss of $330 and a max profit potential of $670. Your break even will be $168.30 though, however, so you would need some help in the market. About a 4% rally by the end of the month just to break even. But if it does continue, it makes it through 175, chance to make roughly 2 times the risk on the trade, as that 330 compared to 670 is roughly 2 to 1 in favor of the reward. So bullish strategy, but you'll need this move to continue in Dell going out at least from the end of the month. Again, thanks to Marley Caden. We're going to take a short break. We get back an update on FedEx as well as a conversation around cryptos. We'll be joined by Austin King right after this.
Carl's Way is the best way.
Is it? At Schwab, how I choose to invest is up to me.
Exactly. I can invest and trade on my own.
Yes, and I let them manage some investments for me too.
Let's move on, shall we?
No can do.
I'll get out here.
Where are you going?
Schwab.
Schwab, a modern approach to wealth management.
Stay connected to what moves markets. Download the Schwab Network app and stream live coverage wherever you are. Morning Movers brings traders the biggest headlines to start the day, from volatile overnight swings to the earliest analyst calls. Get your watch list ready. 8 a.m. Eastern, Morning Movers, only on Schwab Network.
Welcome back to Next Gen Investing. I'm now joined by Diane King Hall live at the New York Stock Exchange, and of course the host of Morning Movers. Diane, we're talking FedEx, JP Morgan's weighing in, and maybe those who like this name should plug their ears.
I know. I mean, listen, FedEx has already been underperforming the broader market, and you add some more weakness today off the back of this move from JP Morgan Chase. They've downgraded shares to neutral, and they've lowered their price target. Their price target now 274 from 284, and so they've come basically to the sidelines after being overweight. So they were formerly constructive on FedEx, but the issue is they've done some checks on the less than truckload industry, and they say that their checks there warrants a lower multiple for FedEx's freight segment, and they're concerned that their full year earnings guidance that they're not going to make those numbers that had been projected. Shares FedEx had already been down double digits before today's move, so you add on to that weakness. As of yesterday's close, it was down 13% so far this year, so you're adding more weakness today. Basically, you know, there's been this issue around FedEx this year, around the tariffs and the impact it has on their business, especially those smaller items, the ones that are affected by that $800 de minimis exception. So this also follows another analyst move recently where you saw B of A downgrading both FedEx and UPS. UPS has been an even worse performer year to date, but this is just adding to that overall downbeat outlook across the industry.
Diane King Hall, it is always a pleasure. We wish you the best, and thanks for joining us here with the discussion on FedEx. As we say goodbye to Diane, we welcome in Austin King, the co-founder of Nomina, to discuss crypto markets. So it was a fun conversation with Austin, and we appreciate you joining us again here. I'll give you just the big picture. You set it up. How do you assess the landscape here in real time, and what's on your mind?
Yeah, I mean, right now I'm feeling pretty good about crypto markets. It doesn't feel like we're in an over-leveraged position. It doesn't feel like people are getting too euphoric. Really what we're seeing is just pretty sustained growth, both in terms of adoption and in prices.
And I'll give you some math to back that up. I mean, realized volatility over the last month is 32%. Over the last 3 months, it's 34%. Implied volatility somewhere around 40, 42%. Like, these aren't numbers that are astronomical. The performance has been steady. You can make the argument that maybe the rally's stalled a bit, but nothing alarming just yet. Is that kind of how you guys are assessing it?
Yeah, I mean, what we're seeing is there was a lot of regulatory clarity that was introduced for the first time ever in the industry's history, really in Q2, Q3, and I think over Q4, what we're going to see is a lot of these new products that are finally enabled by that regulatory clarity coming to market. And so, just recently we saw a new all-time high for Bitcoin, and I think we're going to see far more products introduced that are going to drive adoption of Bitcoin at large, as well as just the utilization of blockchain technology across the industry.
Yeah, you talk a lot about crypto markets moving on-chain. For those who maybe know what a Bitcoin is, or at least have heard of it, but don't really know what you mean by that, can you talk through some of the nuance of what that means?
Yeah, I mean, probably the primary thing that people should understand that's happening right now is, we have blockchains like Bitcoin, which you can move value around on. Then we have Ethereum, which is kind of general purpose computing, smart contracts. What we're getting now, though, is purpose-built blockchains for things like exchanges. So you can kind of imagine, instead of Coinbase running on centralized servers, it's actually just running as a blockchain. So Coinbase themselves, they're actually leaning into this with their new Base network. The largest crypto exchange in the world, Binance, is also doing this. And there's new natively decentralized exchanges like Hyperliquid and Lighter Network that are being introduced, and they're all doing billions of dollars in volume already. So this really is the new wave that we're seeing, purpose-built blockchains for running financial markets.
So if you look at that, you look at some of the other trends within financial markets, the availability of these products becoming more and more ubiquitous as time goes on, do you think we've reached that tipping point where these products have real staying power, as they're often, at least in the case of Bitcoin, it's sometimes called digital gold. Gold's got that 1,000 years plus track record. Are we at that tipping point now where many in the space feel like there's legit staying power and concepts have been proven?
Yeah, I would not say that Bitcoin has the backing of 1,000 years of stability behind it. But what we are seeing is people are starting to really treat this as an independent hedge against not only inflation, but government mismanagement. You know, the US government just shut down. France is having serious problems as well. And increasingly, we're seeing traditional investors. These are not crypto native people. We're just seeing traditional investors acknowledge that this is an asset that is not going to be affected by bureaucracy or political processes.
And, you know, another thing, using some math to kind of back up what you're discussing, if you look at something like a 3-month correlation to major asset classes, there's really not one. You know, it's a very limited, correlation to U.S. equities. So for those who see it as a risk asset, like the math doesn't block it or back it up quite as much as you may think. It doesn't really have a correlation to gold either. Doesn't have one to the dollar. A little bit of a negative correlation or an inverse correlation maybe to treasury prices. So there is maybe a bit of a yield, which isn't uncommon for anything within the financial markets to move based off the direction of rates. But when you look at the direction and the adoption of Bitcoin and maybe tokenization or on-chain and blockchain, all these kind of big buzzwords, what's the next big thing?
We're now at 129. We pull them back to the 200 on the SPX.
This idea of financial markets themselves moving to decentralized networks. So no longer are we going to be operating crypto
Same as SPY.
as centralized services like Coinbase is right now. Increasingly, we're seeing the volume in open contracts move to these decentralized networks. So, you know, the largest decentralized derivatives exchange is now 25% of the open interest that Binance, the world's largest exchange, is offering. So this is a blockchain itself that has 25% of the world's leader. Increasingly, we're going to see more of this activity move onto blockchains themselves, and that's really why we built Nomna. You can basically think about it as the Bloomberg terminal for these on-chain markets. And really, we're specializing in just making it as easy as possible for people to trade across all of them and run profitable strategies across all of them.
Fascinating stuff, Austin. I'm excited to see where this goes. It's all changing so quickly. And as a business leader in this space, we're excited for the role that you're playing in it as well. Appreciate it. Austin King, the founder of Nomina. Coming up, it's time for Under 30. We're going to be discussing Joby Aviation with Mr. George Tillis, one of his favorites to discuss, right after this.
Opportunities don't stop when the market day ends. So neither do we. Schwab gives you round-the-clock access to over 1,100 of the most popular stocks and ETFs, plus a wide variety of futures markets. All with 24-hour support from trading specialists who understand the ins and outs of 24-hour trading. No matter the hour, you can trade brilliantly with Schwab.
Schwab Network delivers real-time market insights, live from the NYSE, NASDAQ, the SIBO, and beyond. From earnings to economic data, we cover what matters as it happens. Streaming 24/7, anytime, anywhere, free on schwabnetwork.com.
Morning movers, be the first to find out what's shaping early market action. Tech check, options corner, futures focus, technical analysis. Morning movers covers it all. Grab your coffee and tune in every trading day at 8 a.m. Eastern, only on Schwab Network.
Stay connected to the markets with Schwab Network. Tune in 24 hours a day, 7 days a week on schwabnetwork.com
and on all your favorite streaming services.
Schwab Network, available anytime, anywhere, on any device for free.
Sounds like a bargain.
To what moves markets. Download the Schwab Network app and get live coverage wherever you are.
I'm Nicole Petalides, live at the New York Stock Exchange, and this is the Watch List.
I love you, Nicole.
Into the trends driving the markets with a sharp focus on technology, innovation, and companies leading the next wave of growth. Big movers, real-time
127 to 141.
Founders and market voices you trust. The Watch
Little
List,
spy bounce on them
2
3
Eastern,
candles.
Only on Schwab Network.
142.
Opportunities don't stop when the market day ends. So neither do we.
Schwab gives you round-the-clock access to over 1,100 of the most
It
popular...
didn't quite hit the 200. I was aiming for it to hit the 200 and be a double bottom here, or triple
All with
bottom.
24-hour
Oh,
support
well.
from trading specialists who understand
Yeah,
the
it
ins
could have
and
been
outs of
right.
24-hour trading.
Now that I look at it.
No matter the hour. You can trade
Take the body of that one right there.
Ah! For under 30, you're watching Next Gen Investing here on the Schwab Network. I'm Alex Coffey, and I'm now joined by George Hillis, Senior Markets
George.
Network. And George, we come back to a name we've discussed many of times. That's Joby Aviation, but it's almost a crossover to one of your other favorite discussion
Joby.
topics, which is these companies floating stock in some way or another, and why that's a risk. So why do you walk through why this stock's down, 8% now, but even it was over 10% earlier?
Yeah.
Yep.
So we talk about this all the time, especially with businesses like Joby and its competitor.
They need the money.
Aviation, which
Had an offering.
are going to be, moving into the market for electric vehicle takeoff landing. In other words, the air taxis or air helicopters, if you want to call them that, or put them in that same sort of product category.
Joby's neat.
Nonetheless, we do talk about how they're looking for FAA approval to begin deploying their technologies. We talk about Joby quite often.
Yeah, we do.
In terms of what they're looking at in terms of sales going forward, and when they're going to actually start, producing and selling their electric vehicle takeoff and landing, vehicles, if you will. So nonetheless, looking at the sales last year, which may be some licensing agreements, they generated around $100,000. Market capitalization,
George.
$1 billion. As of close yesterday.
There it is.
They are expecting to achieve sales more than $250,000 this year. Next
I wouldn't
year,
mind having
they're
one.
expected to sort of move up the ladder in terms of progressive sales to close to $28 million. Now, with that said, the company's stock price is up 200% this year. We talk about the product prospects and even the partnerships that this company has with companies like Toyota Motor Corp, which is investing in these companies. A lot of the Arab Emirates states in the Middle East are starting to deploy these technologies. And again, they're looking for FAA approval in the United States. But when prices move higher, we talk about the dilution risks of stocks like this. That happens to be the case today, because the company did offer
I think it'd be cool
$514
to have
million
one.
in equity. Now, when you put that in percentage terms relative to the market cap as of close yesterday, it's roughly 3 to 4%. They're adding to that in terms of the decline because there's also sort of a news headline that was speculative. And I'm going to emphasize speculative because yesterday there was a teaser, in terms of what Tesla was going to unveil. Some speculated, again, that they would unveil some sort of, electric vehicle takeoff and landing module like what Archer and Joby are bringing to marketplace. But that wasn't the case yesterday with Tesla. They announced, of course, a cheaper Model Y and Model 3. But nonetheless, I think that the dilution today, as well as maybe some of the fears associated with Tesla now potentially moving into this market, is creating some sell-off today.
All right, George, this is more of a discussion topic on this cohort of stock, which is sort of the pre-revenue discussion. So obviously you highlighted the risk of the stock equity floating and how that can impact dilution and impact things. But just from a stock performance standpoint, George, I want to understand how someone who thinks a little bit more long-term can balance the rally happening before the revenue's there. Oklo is another example in a different industry. Like, at some point, a lot of optimism is priced in here, George, and to me, it just leaves a lot of runway for disappointment.
Yeah, so it's very challenging. So Aquo, which is, of course, the nuclear company, they're not expecting sales in 2026. So that's a different story altogether. But their yield looks relatively good in terms of what they'll generate if they bring it to market. Now, if you look at companies like Joby and Archer, so I'll stick with Joby since we're talking about it.
I'm going to get a trade in.
They're projected.
We're coming to the 200.
That's important. The second thing is they're projecting a pretty significant increase in revenue next year.
Oh, really,
so
George?
It looks like just based on consensus, guidance, a regulatory feel in terms of approval from the FAA, investments that are being made from local municipalities and local areas to basically able to host these vehicles.
Okay, we're coming to the 200
I
here.
could see this coming down the road because there's no reason why
/ES.
an electric type of helicopter that is utilized, like for instance, police helicopters, ambulatory helicopters, and so forth. So that makes sense, but
It makes a lot of sense, George.
How far away are they? And the second is what their cash burn is going into the
$1.29 worth of sense.
and generating that higher rate of revenue. So all of these uncertainties create a lot of volatility. This is a high beta stock, but the trend is still positive, irrespective of the decline we've seen last week.
Now I'm going to type in risky.
So, for what it's worth, you can use sort of a longer term, moving average, maybe a 20-week moving average, which is effectively like a 100-day moving average as a benchmark line of support. And it could retest those areas, but it also just could continue from here, just from the fact that the company's getting closer towards more progressive sales.
Oh.
The market cap relative to those sales, even on a forward basis.
So what do you mean by
that's
progressive?
going to create some volatile events. And again, assuming the market doesn't pull back, you have to consider, again, the high beta nature of this name relative to the overall market as well.
And the stock floating is prudent. For a company that isn't generating revenue, it supports the ongoing business when possible if demand's there for the stock shares. So not surprised to see it. We've had that conversation a lot. George Kellis, we'll leave it there. Appreciate it as always. Senior markets correspondent for the Schwab Network. It's going to do it for us here on Next Gen Investing. The watch list is
Well, hell.
Schwab Bank Investor Checking.
Schwab?
A checking account built for investors. Named highest in client satisfaction by J.D. Power for 7 years in a row. With Investor Checking, you get the award-winning features of our checking account. Plus, cash management solutions, all designed for investors like you, with unlimited ATM fee rebates for cash withdrawals worldwide, no overdraft fees, and enhanced security features to keep your money safe. Also, because your investor checking account
we're at
is
the
linked to
200
Schwab
now.
One brokerage account, you can manage your checking and investing in one convenient location. Moving funds between your accounts is easy. Cash moved to your...
Shut up. SPY, the 673 strikes at 129. And we're at 127. We had 124. As long as we hold the 200, if not, I'm going to jump right out of it. Oh, okay. I want to apologize for that. I thought it was just $135. Not much going on. I might just get out of this one too, because I don't know. Figured out it took off by now. There's 137. Come on, give me 9. There it is. Boom. And 142. Damn, 145. There it goes. Right to resistance. Well, that would have been a sweet treat.
of the year versus where they're at now, taking some of that money off the table perhaps and making sure that we've got stuff sidelined and pocketed for spending that's going to need to happen in the next 1 or 2 or 3 years.
When we talk about the sectors, we talk about technology some. Often guests are coming on and they're picking industrials, energy, healthcare. Do you want to have exposure to all of those?
Yeah, I think broad-based exposure is wise, and financial services is an interesting place too, because you've got an awful lot of intentionality from this administration, and you've heard Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent say repeatedly that they're looking to loosen the regulatory corset. You've seen some bank mergers start. You'll probably see more of that come along the pike, and loosening capital requirements, putting frameworks around Bitcoin and stablecoin and some of those industries to foster that. We've just got a really active financial services market as well. So there's a lot of interesting ways to play that are related to or unrelated to artificial intelligence, which we still think that plays too.
Yeah, you don't do stock recommendations, do you? Do you have a favorite
No,
stock?
we don't. We don't.
No, okay, I wanted to make sure. Just, I have to make sure, Carol. Thank you. Great to see you. Carol,
Thank you.
Chief Market Strategist. Wonderful to see you. BMO Private Wealth. Thank you, Carol. Coming up, Options Corner. Tom White is standing by and he'll highlight unusual options activity from the day, how investors are looking to trade on the recent news of StubHub. That's a new recent IPO, right? United Airlines and Intel. We'll be right back.
Whether you're an experienced investor or just getting started, Charles Schwab offers a webcast that's right for you. Are you a long-term investor? Our Investing Webcast series breaks down different investing styles, including growth, value, income, and more. Best of all, you can ask questions by chatting directly with an education coach. It's interactive learning at its finest. Tune in live or on demand. Head over to schwab.com/coaching and start learning today.
Real-time access, data-driven analysis, from U.S. equities to global macro matters. Schwab Network connects the dots. Watch live, subscribe free at schwabnetwork.com. Welcome back to the watch list. Time for Options Corner, where we analyze unusual options trades we're seeing throughout the day. Tom White, host of Fast Market here on Schwab Network, is with me. I want to talk about some of these stocks that you found some great trades that you're going to share with us. But a quick thought here on those Fed minutes. I mean, what was interesting is that the Fed minutes, the tool that we use, right, the Fed funds rate, looking forward, the CME tool actually dropped ever so slightly, stayed above 90. But it did drop slightly on the likelihood of a cut at the end of the month. Did anything stand out to you in the minutes?
Not really, Nicole. Anything above about 65% chance, according to CME Fed Watch tool, is basically baked in. So remaining above 90%. If you looked at that 10-year note auction that happened,
That'd been a $200 trade right there,
it was a
149
little bit mixed, and then we saw
instead of 100.
Treasuries sell off from session high.
I got out of it
Saw yields
139.
drop a
It
little
hit
bit. So maybe that's had
149.
something to do with it, but as far as the minutes goes, it was kind of in line with the expectations that I think the street was anticipating at this point. There was a couple people that stated that they didn't need to cut it all, but then they both, or in the majority, said that, hey, we expect to cut more into the end of the year. I think the big problem here moving forward, Nicole, is if this shutdown continues to last, they need some data to make that decision at the end of the month.
Yeah, and look, the IPO market is
Yeah.
stalled too. Things are stalled when the government shut down. I know they had a vote today they were discussing, and they didn't have enough votes to move forward. That being said, let's get to StubHub, obviously a most recent IPO here, and you found a bullish trade.
Yeah, stock's popping today. I'm looking for a news story on it. There really wasn't anything. So if you look at it, the IPO price 23.5. I believe the stock opened up at 25.35, but it slid since it IPO'd less than a month ago, and maybe not a lot of interest, but now it's starting to get a little bit of a pop here. I'm not sure what this is on the back of.
STUB.
Some type of deal with one of prediction markets or something.
Never heard of that one. STUB. There was another one too called Poet or Poem. If Joby ever gets a good pullback, I'm going to go long for it. Oh God, look at Stub. Trump sparks an IPO. It's a double top. IWM just had a sell-off.
Good, at least you got some of that back today. That being said, let's move on to a name like UAL. You found a neutral to bearish trade. Tell us more about United Airlines.
Yeah, the United's basically flat on the year. It had a big run up like most of the airlines did at the end of 2024. And then they came out with some numbers that said domestic flights starting to pull back a little bit. They're still doing really well on international premium seating options at this point, and their tie-ins with some of the credit cards. They did kind of pushed aside fiscal year 2025 estimates 2 quarters ago, but last quarter they reinstated those. They're going to be about capacity, I think. They report next week, but I think the key is that Delta reports tomorrow morning, and we all know that they're really highly correlated as far as their movement and goes. We'll have to see if those domestic airfares continue to tick lower, but you got crude oil back below $63 a barrel. That's going to definitely help their margins on the fuel side. But we saw some unusual option activity in here. Probably, looking to take advantage of this Delta move that we're expecting tomorrow when they report. Traders sold 15,000 October 10th weekly options that expire in just 2 days. They sold the 103 strike calls 15,000 times, collected an average credit of 88 cents. So that break even where this trader starts to lose money is above 103.88 over the next 2 days. That's about 6.5% above the current share price in there. So maybe somebody trying to hedge a long stock position, or it might be a speculator thinking that, hey, Delta's earnings might not beat expectations. We might see the airlines fall or at least consolidate at these levels into the end of the week.
I feel like they're doing a lot of hedging across the board, don't you?
Yeah.
Because it's very unusual to see everything higher. Yields higher, dollar higher, commodities higher, stocks, Bitcoin higher. It just feels like there's a lot of folks spreading it out. And by the way, Bitcoin is higher, 1.7%. It's at 124,460. I hadn't mentioned that earlier. Let's talk about Intel. A bullish trade you found on a day where it has a down arrow. Your thoughts?
Yeah, it's been really choppy trading today, and this is probably based on the fact that HSBC came out, downgraded this stock. They raised their price target up to 24 from 21 and a quarter, but is a lot of the euphoria that's built into the stock. I mean, with it up 85% so far in 2025, the $5 billion investment from NVIDIA, the 10% stake from the U.S. government, kind of maybe offsetting some of the negativity. And then tomorrow, they're supposed to release that Palmer Lake chip, and where they're going to expand that A18 chip that they have into different areas in tech. Is that going to be a benefit? Typically, those products announcements can cause some additional volatility. So I think maybe some traders setting up for that, because did see some unusual option activity out in the January cycle. And this on the 40 strike calls. The trader bought over 9,000 of those Jan 40 calls. Paid an average debit of about $3.50 for those. So that takes a break even where this trader starts to profit above $43.50 over the next 100 days. That's about 17% above the current share price. There's big open interest on this strike, Nicole. They keep piling into it. Over 100,000 options in open interest on that 40 strike. So expectations over the next 3 months or so is that Intel is going to continue to move higher.
HSBC, I didn't realize, you may have just mentioned this because I was reading it and maybe you said it. I was surprised to see that HSBC this afternoon lowered their rating on Intel to reduce from hold.
Yeah.
And that maybe it was overrated, and that, with the NVIDIA investment or deal, partnership, and also the U.S. government being involved, that maybe the re-rating here has been a little overhyped. But we will see. I know you found trades. I'm sure you're finding trades on both sides all the time.
Yeah.
But certainly an exciting one. NVIDIA with Intel we talked about. We talked about NVIDIA with XAI today. A lot going on with the crossover in the world of tech. Tom White, great to see you. Thank you so very much always for Options Corner with Tom White, where he brings us real trades and you get to check them out. In the meantime, keep it right here, because we will break down how meme investing really went mainstream, what it means for U.S. markets and your money. We'll be right back.
You tell us, Nicole. Well, we broke my resistance line. I'm out of the trade.
Kick off the morning with the data and the decisions moving markets. Morning Trade Live breaks down the macro moves driving the price action, from Fed policy to global growth to inflation prints and geopolitical risk. Smart, fast, and always live from Wall Street to your screen.
Just don't know when to keep holding on to them.
Markets meet the macro weekdays at
could have made another $100.
on Schwab Network.
Whether you're an experienced investor or just getting started, Charles Schwab offers a webcast that's right for you. Do you like using charts when analyzing your stocks? Our technical analysis webcast series breaks down different charting techniques like trend analysis, price patterns, moving averages, oscillators, and much more. Best of all, you can ask questions directly to an education coach. It's interactive learning at its finest. Tune in live or on demand. Head over to schwab.com/coaching and start learning today.
I'm Kevin Green, and I track options flow daily, identifying who's buying, who's selling, and how it's going to impact the markets. Watch live on Schwab Network at schwabnetwork.com.
Trading at Schwab is powered by Ameritrade, giving traders even more ways to sharpen their skills with tailored education. Get an expanding library filled with new online videos, webcasts, articles, courses, and more, all crafted just for traders. And with guided learning paths, stacked with content curated to fit your unique goals, you can spend less time searching and more time learning. Trade brilliantly with Schwab.
Come back down to the 200. The question is, are we going to keep holding it?
Welcome back to Watch List. I'm Nicole Petalides. We're live on the floor of the New York Stock Exchange. We got the Federal Open Market Committee minutes. It certainly still seems like they think the path is to continue cutting, and the likelihood of that cut coming at the end of the month is still pretty high. It's above the 90% mark. That being said, David Mazza, CEO of Roundhill Investments, is with me. This, as the S&P and NASDAQ are sitting at highs today. How are you feeling about the market before I get into the nitty-gritty here?
Well, look, it's a challenging market environment because on one hand, it feels great to have a series of all-time highs after all-time highs. On the other hand, we know that there's a lot of risks out there, and valuations are now at the high end of their ranges. So I think it's reasonable that investors are taking a bit of a pause and a wait-and-see approach. But with that being said, the momentum is with the market. There's a lot of further potential from Federal Reserve interest rate cuts coming. And for the time being, economic data seems reasonable, even if it's decelerating a bit. So I think that's one of the reasons why investors are still confident in pushing indices higher.
So I wanted to talk about the retail investor, right? I mean, when I woke up and I saw the New York Post during the time that GameStop, every person was talking about the stock market. They all wanted to get in. They see things jumping and doubling, and it went from this great fad to now people are really looking for float, looking to see how much short interest is out there on a particular name, and then it becomes a meme stock. So where's the structure and the fundamentals versus the meme stock retail investor?
Yeah, it's interesting. I think the retail investor really became a force in the market, to your point, in the COVID period. And that was exemplified with the moves and the attention paid on names like GameStop and AMC. But what started really as a rebellion in markets has actually become a structural force. So we know retail participation on a daily basis has effectively doubled since the pre-COVID period to today. And now I think it's really difficult to ignore the power of retail investors and ways that they're actually shaping equity markets today.
So what about ETFs? Do we have opportunities? Meme, the first ETF. What are we looking at here?
Yeah, that's really one of the reasons why we launched the Roundhill Meme ETF, ticker MEME, M-E-M-E, today, is a way to allow investors to actually access stocks that have the potential to meme. And while meme in some ways remains a dirty word or a silly word, we actually think that's a bit silly to think about it that way because of the structural force that retail investors have. So what we've done is structure an ETF that allows investors to access meme stocks, a basket of meme stocks, in an actively managed fashion, and has the potential to move in and out of names that exhibit likely high beta and high volatility, but doing so in a professionally managed fashion.
So names that are in here: Open Door, Plug Power, Applied Digital, QuantumScape is also in there. I see Bloom Energy, Rigetti Computing. So you have these
quantum computing names in here. Cipher Mining, Hims and Hers, IonQ, a lot of quantum computing. Hims and Hers has been crazy. I agree with that one. You know, how often are these going to be changing?
So we're actually rebalancing the portfolio at least on a weekly basis. It has the potential to actively managed fund. It has the potential to add or subtract names even more frequently than that. So it's a very active portfolio, and you're exactly right. One of the ways to think about this particular basket of stocks is from a thematic perspective. And so if we think about the portfolio today, there's healthy exposure to crypto and crypto adjacent companies, AI adjacent, quantum computing, a few hydrogen names in there. And these are going to ebb and flow based off of where retail demand is, and really where, hopefully anticipating where retail investors are moving and being interested in. And again, because really what they're doing is targeting names that we're looking for a catalyst. Let's think about the Open Door story. Of course, there's controversy with that name, but there's controversy with NVIDIA, and there's controversy with Microsoft at the levels that they're trading at today. And but what was needed was really the potential for retail to get behind the name, and Meme is really structured in a way to take advantage of that.
Why don't you have names like GameStop and AMC and BlackBerry and all those other names that were in there? Why don't you have the old meme names in there? I mean, are you going to try and keep it to 10 stocks or something?
The portfolio today has 18 names in it. GME, AMC, they're the OG meme stocks. They kind of put meme and put retail on the map. But this isn't 2021 anymore, it's 2025. And what I think we found is that retail as a structural force, as a group of investors, are going to be focusing on different names at different times. So just because a stock has that meme moniker, and in some ways is still memeable, it's not really where the chatter is happening in online communities. It's not what we're seeing with implied volatility. So those names aren't in the basket today, and others, like you mentioned, Open Door, Applied Digital, Plug Power are, because those are the names that actually are most trafficked in by retail, and where we think there's further opportunities.
Is this, I think you were talking about it, using it as a hedge, but is it dollar for dollar? Does it protect on the downside? Is it leveraged in any way? Is there anything we need to know about it other than its face value?
This fund, I think most importantly to think about it, it's an actively managed ETF. The portfolios, the positions will change. It will be dynamic from that point of view, but there's no leverage in the portfolio. Investors could use it as a hedge should they want to, or they can use it as a satellite position to take advantage and introduce the potential for some excess returns in their portfolio. But the ETF, it's a one beta ETF, actively managed ETF.
Actively managed, I think, is the key point there, because you're going to be looking at it every single week and you know, evaluating the members in this. And last but not least, I mean, I have to assume that you presume this will go higher over time, right? You didn't create an ETF to tank, right?
100%. Really, again, the original impetus of this was saying, how can we harness the power of retail investors? They have such an important component in equity markets today, and the idea being, can we identify stocks that are really going to be influenced by retail, get them on the radar of other investors, take advantage of that momentum, and do so dynamically.
David Mazza, great to see you, CEO, Roundhill Investments. Thank you for joining us on the show. Appreciate it. Thank you. Coming up, we will take a look at the AI supply chain right now. What's working, what's not. Services, manufacturing firms that are using or planning using AI. And we've seen boosted demand for AI. Is it really helping with the supply chain? Let's find out.
Jimmy's back. Been a busy day for me.
sometimes, you know, you could have done better. Same goes for where you invest. Level up and invest smarter with Schwab.
Real-time market moves, earnings breakdowns, and trade-ready insights. Follow me on X at Sam_Vardis and connect with me on LinkedIn or Instagram for more.
Trading at Schwab is powered by
Canadian Prime Minister.
the power of think or swim, the award-winning trading platforms. Bring your trades into focus.
Canadian Prime Minister says he and Trump had a meeting in minds on the future of steel and auto sector. Fed minutes say one participant preferred a 0.5 percentage point rate cut at least the last month's meeting. Well, officials cautiously optimistic of Gaza deal will be struck this week. Okay, we're back down to support again. Now we failed the 200 and we're at the 200 EMA on SPY. SPX is coming close to the 200. And we got a yin-yang. This could be a serious support here if it wants to hold. What time is it? We're at 20 till 2. Oh, I can drop below the 200. So I don't know if the 200 will hold. Could see the VWAP on the /ES. If it doesn't hold the 200 here, /EX. There's 3 different support levels. It's got one right here too. Okay, prepare ye. I'm going to look at the other one. Well, sometimes I'm going to be looking at the SPX. Ah. Could get one more crow, but we're out of support here. These suckers are cheap. Oh, that's a SPY. Never mind. There we go. $67.50s. I gotta go charge my phone. It's gonna die on me. This could hold right here. SPX. How's everybody feeling? Are you scared, Randy? Is Randy scared? I need to know. You feel like bomb chaser? Randy! Okay, I'm going with my instincts here. We're at 255, 250. I like it 250. But I might jump in it right here. Yeah, that was 250, double bottom at 250. Damn it. Too late. Huh. We could have got that at 250. It's at 295 right now. I gotta listen to the sound of this, see if it's... See if this cat says anything. I don't know if that's real or not. You kind of see him fading out of here like he's not around. We're back to 260. Gosh darn it. No, it didn't hold. Oh, what's the SPY I'm looking at? Fuck. That ain't cool. I was looking at the wrong ticker. Now there's a free-for-all. I'm gonna wait. SPX on the 5 minute. It's coming to the 63. Burp it up, Jim. 3 black crows with a tweezer bottom. They're now at $2.25. They're very reasonable in price. If we hold here, got inverted hammer. There's Randy. Are you nervous, Randy? Are you scared? I need to know. Because I might be scared too. Not yet. I was thinking about it. They were just now at 225, 220. This 5760s with the off the 63 EMA. We got a gravestone here. Gravestone candlestick on a tweezer bottom on the 5 minute. So I'm going to look at the 1 minute. There's nothing below it. So the 1 minute says we're going to go down farther. The 5 minute says we could hold, so I'm going to wait. Right now I've been trading with that 1 minute. So I'm going to wait. I'm scared. I gotta go get my water. I've been yawning. I can't wait to sleep. Yeah, see, we're at 110 now. Get it back down to the orb. I'm going to put the 200 EMA on here. SMA. So if you want to know how to, if you're new to toss, I'm going to show you how to put a moving average in here. Go to drawings. No. Go to studies. Go to edit studies. Type in simple. This is SMA. You get simple moving average. Click that on twice and it comes over here. That's 202. I got to change that. What's that 202? Huh. Simple's on here. Oh, I bet you that 202's that. Now I'm real confused. Yeah. I don't want to mess this up. Hope I didn't mess it up. I don't know what to think. Get my water. Shit. Yep. These little bitty moves ain't getting me. Jesse's not trusting it. Well, it had a nice little bounce on the SPX, but not just $20, $25. I could have maybe got it at 2. It's up 50. And we hit the 63. It is now 6 after. There's Mr. Hickey.
More, Marley.
Yeah, and it's so interesting
Oh,
to see
God,
how we
Marley.
see NVIDIA continue to move the broader market, and Jensen Huang just an extension of that. He speaks and the market moves. You mentioned CoreWeave, they got a boost. Will be very interesting to see.
She does have pretty hair.
Commentary about Elon Musk and saying, I want to be involved in almost everything he touches. And, you know, he has SpaceX and Neuralink, and as far as I know, they're not invested in those yet.
Not yet. The day isn't over yet. Exactly. So I mean, they're still, you know, they're still raising money at SpaceX. I know that. So it's going to be interesting. But I thought that was a great, broad-ranging statement for someone like Jensen Huang to not really control his words, to basically say, I want to be involved in everything Elon Musk is involved in. That's a pretty broad statement from someone that holds the gravitas that Jensen Huang does.
It was bold. You know, and while we've mentioned SpaceX, I want to talk about a SpaceX competitor that's making headlines today. AST Space Mobile striking this deal with Verizon to give Verizon customers its
ASTS
space cellular services, which, you know, feels utopian almost to say we're going to get our cell service from space, but no more dead spots for Verizon in 2026.
Well, if you know anything about Starlink, it's a similar concept, right? And Elon Musk runs Starlink. And what it is it's cellular service up to a satellite. And so when needed, I guess this deal is struck for when Verizon needs service. You're right, there'll be no blackouts because they'll be linked.
Jesse, no trust.
Now, they had a partnership before. This really deepens and expands. It's pretty exciting, actually. And you wonder, is that the future of cell service, right? There won't be cell towers. They'll just be satellites, Marley.
Well, it is interesting because there's an ongoing conversation about how there shouldn't be areas of the world, specifically in developed countries, that don't have cellular service, and taking it from a satellite does negate some of that. As I'm looking at their chart, though, they were up, up more than 11% earlier, giving back a little bit of those gains, but still a very strong day for this company.
Yeah, Verizon down slightly. Remember, it was Starlink. I mean, the evolution of the cell phone, Marley, and now it's space.
I said to George Tillis earlier, it almost feels like we're living in the Jetsons coming true, covering some of these stories. But I want to move on to our next one. FedEx under some pressure today, getting a downgrade, and JP Morgan abandoning its bullish stance in the company.
Yeah, JP Morgan, a pretty somber note about FedEx.
I'm here, Edge. I'm here.
To neutral from overweight with a price target of 270.
I'm here.
From 284. The firm says that recent channel checks in, here's an interesting term, less than a truckload industry, right? That implies FedEx, that implies UPS, and we were discussing this today on Fast Market, and they don't have the right business model like a firm like Amazon does. What? Amazon has more of a Costco membership model.
Elevate your style with timeless men watches.
The overall price of their delivery. UPS, FedEx doesn't have that, and this seems like a part
$10
of the U.S. economy that just keeps shrinking and shrinking, Marlon.
And shrinking, and shrinking, and
Not
shrinking.
favorable there. Although surprisingly, the price target reduction, was only from 284 down to 274. So not hugely, significant. Certainly could have been worse. Still to the upside, trading at 241 right now. But the last thing I want to talk to you about is gold. I mentioned the price of gold right at the top of the show, and we're maintaining this surge above the $4,000 level. What are your thoughts on how gold we're in a seeming gold rush, Kevin?
Yeah, when you look at what gold has done, and what I enjoy is watching people try to describe or validate what's happening in gold.
It's pretty simple.
Is it a breakdown of the currency? Is it a breakdown of central banking? What is the reason that gold in the last 12 months is up 51%?
World War III.
Despite a dollar that's rallying. Remember, from a
World War III.
A higher dollar would put downward pressure on gold. But down market, gold rallied. Up market, gold rallied. It's incredible the amount of movement that this precious metal or industrial metal has done. And I think some people are starting to scratch their head on exactly why this is happening. We can understand why gold would firm up or be speculative. The question, Marley, is from a trading perspective, what do you do now? It's up 50%. Now what do you do with it? Because the hedge might be done. From a trading perspective, and as you know, I look at everything through the prism of trading. It seems like if this was your hedge, then I don't know what you should probably take your hedge off, because who would have thought it would rally 50%? It's incredible in the last 12 months.
Well, certainly, we've seen that up more than 50% even year to date. Just last year, only gained 27%. So, historically, really outpacing what we've seen. Hard to say where it's going to go, but the guests I've spoken to today, Kevin, all say it's only going higher. But we appreciate you breaking down all of our top stories today and talking gold with us. I do want to send it back to Sam in New York, though, for a check on what we have coming up in the show.
Thanks so much for that, Marley and Kevin. Well, coming up, we will talk more about this government shutdown and how the Fed is interpreting the lack of economic data ahead of its meeting in a few weeks. Market on close. We'll be right back.
Could be the reason, lack of market data.
Hey, investors, the market moves, and Schwab is here to help you move with it. So, whether you're buying, selling, holding, or planning,
I'll be right back.
Whether you're ETFing or 401k'ing, saving, spending, or even retiring, you can count on Schwab for market insights, live support, powerful trading platforms, and 400 branches. All at your service, all so you can invest your way. Sounds nice, right?
I'm Nicole Petalides, live at the New York Stock Exchange, and this is the Watch.
Is it fake? Guy says it's fake.
Into the trends driving the markets with a sharp focus.
Guy, the carpet cleaning was a very good workout.
Big movers, real-time interviews.
I'm going to show you the carpet that I had to do today. Where's my phone? I will show you the carpet. And what I did it with. I'm going to show you the carpet. The guy wants to see it. Boom. So this is the machine. It holds 8 gallons of water, and it's called the Tornado. It's an extraction, and it's got 2 little levers up here. One shoots the water. The good water goes in here, and the bad water goes in here, the gray water. Then it's got hoses behind it where you can dump it. And it sprays, and then it sucks with this thing here. That's your vacuum. And I've had to replace the I think it was the sprayer, but it might have been the sucker, the pump. I think I had to replace the pump and the sprayer during COVID. So I've had it for 20 years. And that's the carpet I did. I did all this area in here, this, and it took me 2 hours to do all that carpet. And that's half of it right there. Half of that, so it goes out farther that way. And that's the tornado fan. Right there. It's got 3 speeds on it, and I got 2 of them. And I've shampooed this already. This in here, all this above. So that answers your question, Guy. From Guy's Hamburgers. It's a pretty good workout. Yeah, I can't wait. We got 218, and we're not giving nothing up. Did everybody get in on this play here this morning? I sent a chart. I put one in the room this morning, then I went ahead and showed you once we hit that resistance channel on the SPY. I'm going to show you how I charted it up this morning. That could be some help. Get the right chart up here. No, no, no! Where are you? Come on. What the fudge? I don't appreciate that. I know I had one over here. Interesting. What's it doing over there? Jim, will you show us how you charted the SPY this morning? Yes, I will. Whoops. Was it 5 day? 15 minute? So this is the 5 day, 15 minute. When I'm looking for, always try to look for a pivot point area on the 5 day. As you can tell, we pulled back here, a little bit of resistance right here, looking at the bodies of the candles. And this is on the 15 minute. I'm going to look at the 30 minute real fast. I forgot what time frame I did it now. Man, I'm real tired. I think it just wore me out. Five-minute. It was on the 5-minute. So this was after hours support level and then resistance level, both after hours and in this morning. And we hit it right here, and we hit it right here. We hit it right here, we hit it right in here. So I tried to look for the one that hit the most horizontally. And that was the top part of the resistance at 671. And then same thing down here. I'm trying to look for, now see, this could have been a good one right here. I don't know why I didn't put that in there. You got that previous high and that yin yang right here. And it connects to that, and that's right where we opened up at this morning. So as we were starting to come up this morning, I was already gone. I noticed that after I put this channel in, we come in here and we almost hit it once, twice, 3 times, and 4 times. So as we started coming up, I sent a chart to the room and I said, I think it's getting ready to break in that pivot point area, that resistance channel. And then before you know it, boom! And then it respected that resistance on that channel, which made it pretty solid to stay in the trade. Once you broke out of it, it holds that, and it holds it again. So you got to try to find, when you're finding those horizontal trend lines, you got to try to find them where they hit the most, the bodies of the candle, and start charting them like that. Right now we pulled back to the 63 on the 5-minute, I think. No, we broke out from it. I got very little sleep last night. I had sleeping issues. I went to bed at 9, woke up at 1, so I'm very tired. I had to get up, make sure I got up early enough to do that carpet. And by gosh, if he wasn't there early, waiting for me. Showed up right on time. I'm just kind of like a dead zombie right now. That's something else I teach people. I try to explain it, but don't try to trade when you're real tired, or if you are into it and your mind's not into the game, you're having some kind of issues, or if you're not even feeling good. This Saturday I'm going to be mowing 3 to 4 acres. I cut it down pretty good last time, so it's not that, it's about 8, 9, 10 inches tall right now. I got to keep it trimmed down. I'm going to put a camper on it. I got the electrician out looking at the electric pole today or tomorrow. to fix my light on my electric pole, and then I'm gonna buy a used camper or build a A-frame little thing that I can sleep in and put a desk. So later in life, if I want to build a house on it, I will. That or just travel for a couple of years. Not worry about nothing. What do you make of the pre-earnings drop? Pepsi. Let me see. I think we had a big pop on it last time. Last earnings. No, we did not. Yeah, we did. So, what do I think about it? Let me. PepsiCo recent earnings report was released on July 17th in the second quarter, and the company scheduled to report on third quarter earnings on Thursday, October 9th, before the PepsiCo about to report third quarter earnings. Here's what to expect. Wall Street expects PepsiCo earnings per share to slightly below the 231 posted. A modest increase from year. Price starting at 65. Man, I'm real tired. I think we'll have a drop and a pop. You know why? It's Trump's cutting food stamps off EBT for them. I heard one chick getting $4,500 in frickin' food stamps a month. So my guess is we're going to get a drop because EBT is cutting off a lot of junk food. A drop then a pop. We'll see if Washboardjim's right. Because I am the founder of the Sneaky Snake trading strategy. I talk about chart patterns, moving averages, and being in the now. And I'm going to say, if we hold 137.40, do you understand? Say yes. Look at that, I got right back to there. Man, that never happens. That never happens. So what do you think about that? Jim, we really like you as a trader, but you need to start shaping up. Because Randy's scared. I know he's scared. I gotta teach Randy. Sometimes I'm not gonna be there all the time. And I can't hold his hand. Did I ever tell you that I'm scared of Randy? I am. I'm going to try something different here. You're going to be surprised what I do here. Let me see. See if my plan works. No, it didn't work. It covered the yellow. Shit. Remove. Remove. So we're going to see 137.40. That's my guess on Pepsi. So I was asked, what do you make of the pre-earnings drop? My guess is we get a drop. EB get more of a drop. We get more. Of a drop. EBT is cutting off a lot of that junk food. So drop, then a pop. Might see 137.40. And again, I'm not a financial advisor. I replied. So I guess 137.40. We'll see if we're right. God darn, man. SPX is at 390. It's not going to give me a chance. Let's trade it. I'm not going to trade it. It's 2:35. It's 3:35 Eastern time. I got a good trade out of it yesterday at close. Randy's scared. My guess is we get more of a drop. The EBT is cutting off a lot of that junk food. Drop in a pop. Might see 137.40. But I didn't hear nobody talking about that. Except me. Yeah. I wonder how that Elon Musk satellite works. If it's really on time, or does it have a little delay? Need to call the utility company too, because I think they might have. Okay, we pull back here. God, you can't tell. Price. Them 6750s that I called out are up pretty good. A couple $100 earlier. Do we have any ladies listening to me on voice right now? He's out 15%. Oh. You didn't like that, huh? Yeah, that is pretty. That's what? It's called a tornado? Yes. If you don't mind asking, I'm curious. What motivates you to keep working even though you are a really amazing trader? Well, it's because I'm a narcissist. I've always been a team leader. Everything I've done, I've always been a team leader. From high school to being the baseball coach in high school to acting to being a stand-up comedian. Are you listening? I don't want to waste my time. Yeah, you're listening. Are you there? From being used to take inventory. I was a team leader. We used to inventory Walmarts, and I'd drive around and have a bunch of people behind me and be in charge of to being in student government, to being homecoming king nominee. Always seeked attention. To being my own boss, not having anybody in charge of me. So I think it fulfills my destiny. Just because I don't have to do this, you're right. And I'm getting too old to do it, so I'm going to have to make a decision. But I think the question, if you don't mind me asking, I'm curious, what motivates you to keep working even though you are an amazing trader? Because I always like sharing. You know, before I started trading, I gave away most all my income. I was involved in muscular dystrophy. Always been helpful. I was involved in student government. I'm competitive. I lost my competitive edge when my physical, I couldn't play sports anymore. So I've always been kind of competitive. I always wanted to be the best that I could be in everything I've done. Even when I was a picture framer, I outbeat everybody by threefold. When I was an inventory specialist, I had a competition of beating this chick, and I sat down there and we calculated all these invoices up, and I whipped her ass. She thought she could beat me. I always wanted to be the one that got to date the prettiest girl in high school. And I was always the one that kissed the ugliest chick in high school. So I think it has to do with always wanting attention. I'm a good trader, but I've seen traders start out with me, and say, "Hey, Jim's a great trader," and then all of a sudden they're making millions and millions of dollars. I'm sitting here making thousands. If I was probably on my own, I'd be making a lot more money. I know I would be. This is a way for me to act. And that makes me happy. So I think that's the answer. Yeah, there was this girl that worked at the restaurant, and we used to call her Vera Allen. And I mean, she was the loneliest chick. So I'm sitting here, all us guys are sitting in the car, and I'm, Jim, go walk Vera Allen to the front porch and give her a kiss. And I said, okay. So I jumped out of the car, walked her over behind the bush and give her a big old lip, because girls probably never kissed a guy in her life. And it didn't bother me none. But that was it. I mean, it didn't go no farther than that. Although I remember this one chick in college. She was probably the best looking chick in the college, and she signed my yearbook at the end of the year and told me that she really admired me, but she just didn't have the nerve to come up to me and tell me that. So she wrote it in the back of my yearbook, and I never did read it until a couple years later, and she signed it XX, whatever you do, .0, and said, who in the hell is this? And I kept thinking, and I went through all the pictures, I said, and I kept going over the prettiest girl, and all of a sudden, I seen her somewhere, and she said, Jim, did you ever figure out who signed your book with the X's and the zero and the O's? And I said, no, man, I've been trying to figure that out. And she said, it was me. I said, what? I said, yeah. Well, I said, why didn't you come up to me and tell me you had a crush on me? Because I was too scared to ask you. I mean, that could have been my future wife. I mean, I had a crush on that chick so big. I always wondered now, when I go back and look at it, I said, man, she was kind of nice to me. But I never thought I had a chance. That was in college. So Pepsi 137.40. When is earnings? Earnings tonight, didn't it say? Yeah. I gotta sign that stupid lease. We got 10 more minutes. sometimes, you know, money doesn't build you happiness. I know a guy that's worth $100 million and he's been depressed for 3 years. I figured, man, if I had that kind of money, I think I'd be the happiest man in the world, but people find out you got money, you got a whole different kind of lifestyle. That's why I don't flaunt and wear fancy and drive a fancy car and stuff. I don't. Even people think just because I own my own business that I'm, you know, rich. And Randy will tell you different about that. I remember I was in my frame shop and I was hiring people, and this girl comes in and all of a sudden she flops her titty out accidentally. And she, oh, oops, puts it back in, covers it back up, and I thought about it, I'm going to hire this chick. She seems like a fun one. So I hired her, and about 2 months later, there's 3 check stubs missing in the back of my checkbook. She stole them, and I found out she just broke out of prison. I said, oh boy. Bank calls me up. Jim, someone just cashed a check at the grocery store for $600 and some dollars. I said, what? So I learned my lesson about that. Don't hire a chick that flops her titty out on you. Oh. Five more minutes. President Trump participates in a roundtable on Antifa. That'll be something to watch. Marley. Oh, I'm not listening to the final part of
what we're talking about. Then I also talked about the last, it was 3 days yesterday. Now it's 4 days where this rally had sort of stalled, and that failure point is sort of acted as resistance right around 67.50. Now, if we were to close right here, we still got about 3 minutes left in the day. This would actually technically be a close above that resistance point. But again, we're talking about a 6,700 point index.
You're
This
using
is
the
a little
wicks.
too close for comfort, I think, for most technicians. More of an area, not a precise.
Use the
point
weekly
when
time
it comes to
frame,
some of these
Alex.
especially these, higher priced asset classes. But I wanted to illustrate how, one, the relationship between these moving averages, both upward sloping, and the fact that prices above both of them is indicative of an upwards trend. This trend is increasing in strength as you're watching that 1 week moving average separate itself from the
There
1
you
month
go.
moving average. And then if you add in another layer of potentially a close above a resistance point and a breakout, this is definitely a favorable close to the bulls, which again could have been summarized by the fact that we're
Let's see
saying
if
right
him and
now-
I see the same thing.
Alex, I've been waiting to talk to you about this
Oh,
all
God,
day
here
for
comes
this
Marley.
part of the show, about volatility. We saw the VIX pulling back today. We're about 16.4 right now. I had a talk with Don Kaufman on Trading 360 earlier, and he suggested that we
cares?
see the VIX up as high as 25 before year's end. And I want to get your thoughts on that in terms of the movement that we've seen.
Yeah, well, one thing's for sure is some of these support levels would have to break for that to happen, but you can understand the position, the call for that. Now, the one thing is, when it comes to volatility trading, you can see a lot of time where it kind of looks like it's in hibernation, but when things move and there is let's say, a moment of volatility or a sell-off in the equity market, things can change rapidly. So although 25 seems like a long ways away, you look at some of those spikes, you wouldn't have to get anywhere near those peaks to get to 25. So what I would say is maybe it's not your base case unless you're bearish on the market, but it's certainly a reasonable position to be. One thing I would say that also I think adds credence to that, guys, is if you look at the VIX curve, you look at something like VIX 3 months.
I haven't got to hear him do the closing arguments, so. But I want to look at the weekly. He didn't look at the weekly. Now, on the weekly, we're definitely bullish. So, last week we closed at 67.16. Around 67.20. It's hard to say. 67.17.25. And his wick. So we didn't close above his wick. Now that's on the weekly. So if you go to the daily, which he was referring to, we did, there's his wicks, and we just barely. I'd say that's a win in his behalf. We barely closed above it. No, we closed right on it almost. Just a little bit above it, not much. So, I would say that we more or less consolidated this week from last week with a little bit more of an edge to the upside on the daily. Then on the weekly, I'd say we broke out. We definitely broke out on the weekly. And that's good. So, you know, looking at the weekly compared to last week, we definitely broke out. So I'd rather look at the weekly and say it was a positive week. Week after week after week after week's been like that. Here we had almost a month of consolidation. We had 3 weeks, triple top right here, and we broke out. So my idea, we didn't pull back. Like I said, we would a little bit in the video, but we had choppy days. But today wasn't choppy. And we're still not even, it's not even been a week yet. Today's only Wednesday. So I'm talking about, as of now, we're bullish, but I keep thinking it was Friday. Okay, I'm out of here. I've acted stupid. Drumroll, James, your on-time payment percentage is here. 100%. You're never late. Well, I'm going to get out and relax. Hope we had a good day today. Thanks for letting me do my work and come in late. I actually enjoyed it. It was a good workout. That's why probably I'm so tired and sore. My arms, I mean, it's like the workout you get. Because you're sucking up that, you're pulling up, sucking that water out of that carpet. I did a thorough job. I'm going to watch a couple of my videos and see what's going down with the government shutdown. Catch you later, YouTubers.